What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another Modstream. And today, we're going to be working on Cosmonarchy's patch, finally shipping this thing, and then getting on to our Mapcrap submission for this week. So, generally, I would say the patch schedule has recently worked out pretty well. We're just a day late today because I was wrapped up with some stuff over on the other channel yesterday, so I wasn't able to investigate some of the issues that we had and do additional balance testing, unit testing, that sort of thing. So I think what I'll probably end up doing today is a lot of that, a lot of the individual tests of things, and there are still a few issues with some stuff that we haven't yet been able to fix that I'm not actually sure what we'll be doing to fix those. I guess we could probably recycle some unit IDs or whatever. So initially I'll take stock of the things that we're going to be changing, but just a reminder, Mapcrap has begun, so might as well take a look at some of that stuff. Might as well take a look at the channel if you're interested in submitting. So while I put the music on real quick. I will also say I have my window open, so that may lead to some background noise. It's very hot. But, yeah, there's that. Okay. Oh, what's up, Milestone? Why is there the snow-capped mountain? Is that because it's supposed to be like the different colors of the wireframe? I can get behind that as an idea. That's the details matter. Thinking emoji. Okay, so the list of issues we've got going on right now. Number one, currently Zerg are not able to train units from shared units that are, for example, like current unit must have must be landed or whatever. There's a couple of issues with resolving that, insofar as we don't yet have like a 100% functioning hook for everything. But the short-term solution appears to be just patching over intercepting the request and like creating our own system or whatever, instead of bothering to like check for each individual opcode or whatever, because we need to get rid of those entirely. We obviously need to transcend that system and move on to something else. So that way we'll probably need to change that sort of thing. I could do a test that I'm not sure will work, because I don't know how it works at all. But I could do a test for something like, let's see. Let's do Terran button set handling is in here somewhere. So this would be it. So what we can do now is we can do like if Zerg larva. Obviously this would only work for human players, not for AI players. So I have to keep that in mind as well. But I could probably do the inverse, where I just like basically set the requirement. Well, I don't actually know how I would do it for AI players. This is just a proof of concept type test to see if what I'm trying to do actually could work or will work or whatever. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm thinking that's probably how it will look. So the system would be like if obviously current button rec var equals unit ID. So this would be shared anti-cathon. What's the other one? Tarask. And cohort. Well, I guess those, else if. Oh, and I guess, yeah, Tarask actually needs its own else if as well, doesn't it? Else if. So basically, we would have something like this, where it would probably just be converted into a switch case anyway. So it would be something like this, and then if and else. Basically, this would be like determining whether or not the button is visible. So we'd have something like current button state equals button state. Instead of invisible, it would be disabled. And then here it would be enabled. And so we have to decide, well, I have to figure out exactly how to get like get the units in the first place. I assume there's some code for this. If like the player stuff exists or whatever. I like how training or morphing also checks is not upgrading. That's pretty sensible by Lard. There's like a must-have or whatever. Number of completed units of type. I think this was actually also present in building morph or something as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, building helper get number of unit type. Right. So we need to figure out where this namespace is. I guess it will never be known. Number of type in build queue. Get number of unit type. Well, I guess we could just include building helper then into what we're doing as a temporary measure. Hooks. What was it? It's like orders, building, making, building helper. Then we would do if. And so what would this be? It would be. So I guess we pass the. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, okay, so we pass the active portrait unit. Active portrait unit. Unit ID Zerg. Lazel Arbor. True. And then here we would do or. And then we would do Zerg auth stall Ava form. And this is actually supposed to be this else if, so it was just me being goofy. And then it would be wait, what? I pranked myself. This is Zerg auth stall. Oh yeah, we need this. Okay, so now we get to say we've done all this. Oh, I guess we have to do this too. We have to say ignoring complete false. 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 Only true for the base one that's actually required. So in theory, the buttons would show up as enabled, and then I will see if I can go anywhere with that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm testing right now, Milestone. I could have done a simpler test where I just did it for one unit, but didn't think about that. So now it says cohort required cohort. I don't know what a cohort is. Cohort requires the stuff. It's saying that they require the stuff, but It's not. Yeah, so they're still showing up as disabled even with this. So I guess I'll make sure that the code is running in the first place. So we'll check for cohort, and we'll say print enable cohort button. And then if that still is the case, that this code is running but it's not working, then obviously we need to revise our ideas, because I'm pretty sure essentially the code just needs to be redone or whatever. We need to figure out the hooks for this sort of thing. Interesting. So it's not actually working here. So if the ID is larva, and the button recvar is one of these, it's supposed to say, okay, we'll add a debug message to see if like maybe our building helper conditional is wrong or something. Nah, it's being disabled. Interesting. So the disable code is running, which means get number of unit type is false, is returning false for all of these. I mean, that's kind of implicit, so I don't know what it would actually be. What if we just do building helper IRL iris? And maybe somehow well, it still wouldn't matter because these were ors, but we definitely have an IRL iris in this map. We've got this, so there's no reason why it shouldn't, unless I've somehow like botched this. Oh, it's get number of unit type. Wait, why does get number of unit type need the unit's current ID? I guess this is a different function then. So we, instead of including building helper, we need to include something else. What the fuck? So that function doesn't do what I thought it did, and instead I guess I should just use the stuff that was used here. Yeah, okay, number of completed unit type. That's fine. We can just use that. That was a big prank on my part. I should have known. Okay. So in this case, we should just have a variable that's like and then number of completed. So this is unit ID Zerg Alazel Arbor. And then this would be the same thing where we do okay. Now we should be in business. It's pretty goofy that I assumed it was just going to be the same method, but obviously it's not. Okay, enable cohort button, but it does nothing. Fuck. I wonder if that means... Yeah, okay, so it looks like the button being enabled doesn't actually resolve the issue. Okay, we were so close, but no cigar. Okay. I wonder if we can... I wonder if there's like a way we can basically take the unit create allowed function and then write like a helper for it and then write our own handling in it, but like basically intercept the unit ID or whatever. It doesn't look like this is in here anywhere. So I don't know if the problem is I don't know if I guess this will have to be a function wrapper instead, because we would need to find something that calls this function, and I don't think if it's not a helper, then it's not being called by anything. Happens in the engine? Well, I assume it means that you're issuing an order. Yes, you must be issuing some sort of order to train the unit. But the thing is, I don't know that I can detect a... There's probably some code to detect a button press, and then if you can like then cross-reference that with the rec var of a shared cohort, and like, well, obviously the rec func has to be can create unit or building, and the rec var has to be cohort, and those things must be true. Like the button state has to be enabled. We could check, since we're enabling that conditionally, so we can just check to see if the state is enabled. So if you've clicked the button, if that's even possible to do, it might not even be possible to technically press or activate a button that's not enabled. So we would have to find a way to detect that, yeah. But I'm thinking if we just wrap something for create unit allowed, like if I go into requirements, so we can disable this and we can say I guess there's 0 nops, which is fine. Because I remember checking those earlier. So we would do void unit allowed partial wrapper. So I think that's basically what I'm getting at here, Veek, is like we basically copy this over here, right? And then I'm just making another one so that I can revert back to the old one if necessary. And then basically, like, before I even push this stuff, I do a check for if unit ID equals unit ID shared cohort. The unit is presumably... Oh, I guess we need to... So we would need to do this first. So we would need to put this under here so that unit ID actually has a value from the stack and stuff. And then if it's shared cohort... Well, I guess the first thing that we should do is... Oh, no, we're going to need to have per unit ID checks depending on the race anyway. So then we have to do something like if... and then if... And then obviously these are going to be else ifs anyway. And then we'll do if unit ID equals unit ID zerg larva, and so this is returned true. So I guess we should actually separate this up into even more nested calls, even though I'm not really a big fan of this. So this would be if unit. Okay, so we do. Oh, I have to include something, I guess. Structures player. For some reason, it's still not letting me. How come I was able to check for player number of units type using this? What does this have? API and globals. I guess it must be included in globals or something. Does it show up now? What the fuck? It shows up anyway? It just doesn't show up in the autocomplete? Okay, that's Visual Studio probably. So we would say if player... What is it supposed to return anyway? Oh, I guess we would say... We would just set results... instead of returning, because this is void, obviously, which result equals true. And then if result. So instead of this, we'll do like if run original, because result might be false or 0 or whatever. I'll be able to clean this up a little bit later. Let me just see if this works in the first place. Okay. So I'll delete these for now. We'll just test this. We'll be saying number of units of type. I guess should be completed units of type. And this will be unit player ID, unit ID, Zerg, IRL, Iris. Okay, we'll see if that works. What's up, Kraken? Is there an easy way for you to give quotes to unused units? Yeah, you basically just go into the unit. Oh, I thought I had PyDat open. You just go into the units.dat file. And you find, like, say, I have my own unit.stat. I'll open up a new one. So what did you gave me the example of Arcturus Manx. You just go into unit.stat and then you set their files to whatever. I thought about making this a helper, but the problem is we need to do a hook style call or some style call for this shit because we need to replace the original function with our new one, basically. So yeah, we need to, instead of doing result equals hooks unit create allowed, we need to do like, oh, actually we could do something stupid like that. We could do result equals helper. we could do that, create unit allowed. And I guess it would just be result unit ID unit or something. Is that, I assume that's what that is normally. This is funny. But yeah, yeah, it looks like unit ID, unit player ID, so unit create allowed. How come this is an S32 in here? It should be S8. Okay, this is because it's a naked function. This is goofy. No problem, Kraken. Good luck, homie. So, I guess we need to include... Oh, maybe it already gets included by something else. I'll just check that out later. So, what do we have here for SCBW helper? We've got create unit allowed. This way we can basically only have our special case code if the situation requires it, basically. And we have const32 func create unit allowed equals 0x00, and then whatever the fucking address is. Bang bang bomb, ASM. Static S8 result, static. Oh, we don't need anything else, do we? I have to open this up in the item. Motherfucker. For some reason, pressing delete writes to your fucking clipboard. So we have player ID appears to be stack arg, everything else is fine, and player ID for this function is an S32, so we do push player ID, we don't need to baby it, and then move ESI, unit, move, AX, unit, ID, call, func, create unit allowed, ID. See if this builds or yells at me. Operand size conflict. Oh, yeah, because it's that. Okay. Oh, player ID. And this is unit ID. Okay. Boom. All right, so we have our default code that runs no matter what. And then we have this. Apparently I can't auto-register a variable or something in a naked function, so I guess we'll just leave that there, and then we'll just say result or run original equals true here because XD. Okay. Yeah, basically, we only need to override it in certain cases. If this works, this would allow me to use the physics lab unit ID again, because remember, Firegraph removed it from the list, so I can't edit it. Yeah, unbelievable. Okay. So obviously, we also need to make this a little bit more robust. We need to have this be player number of units of type. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. So this is unit player D, the unit ID, Zerg, authstall, avaform, or Zeus Zerg, alazal, arbor. They're arresting me for writing code that will work. I'm sorry. You'll never take me alive. Yeah, I haven't cleaned it up yet, obviously, but it doesn't seem like it's working yet. So, oh yeah, I didn't enable this and initialize. That was why. Oh yeah, and the other issue, by the way, is that for some reason, when I enable the header for requirements, it just breaks the whole program and causes a crash in some Windows lib DLL. So instead of doing that, I will include hooks unit stats new requirements.h, and then we will just take our lovely gimmick code and I guess we can just duplicate this whole file, tbh. So let me do that. I love how this program needs to load templates for up to a minute before I can actually make a file. It's pretty nice. Hooks unit stats. And for this, we don't even need a main CPP file. New requirements.h. What is this function anyway? Oh, I guess we don't need anything else, do we? Yeah, well, the important thing is I don't, like, by doing it this way, I'm not going to have, like, windows.h being included or whatever, since it's not a requirement. So theoretically, this should be fine. Let's build, and then I'm going to have to rebuild. Oh, because the old requirement still has this stuff in it. Let's see what we got. Oh, and I guess before I do that, I should go into button sets and disable this junk. Because it won't matter if we have done our business correctly here. Just delete this for now, and I can undo it later if I need to for some reason. Wait, what the fuck did I just do? I deleted that. Button is invisible. Classic. Huh. So now we need to go into our new requirements. CPP. And I guess we need to print shared cohort. And then maybe we do need to couple it with button set code. I guess I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. The problem is hitting the button doesn't seem to be doing anything. So get rid of the debug messages since we know it's working correctly there. What we'll do is we'll go into new requirements. Did I? Oh, well, of course, I haven't actually added the new code in here. So hooks, check new requirements. That's why it's not doing anything. Yeah. I know about that. That's a quicker way for me to do it is just to run. Well, maybe it's not quicker now that I think about it, but I'm used to defaulting to some print message just to see where it's at. Instant crash owned. So it looks like something got fucked up by our return value. I guess I can check requirements CPP and we can find. What does this do? Reasonable. Crashing on print. Nice. Okay. I guess what we'll do then is we'll remove our print. What the fuck? Definitely a breakpoint kind of situation. What? Oh, apparently it's always running. That's great. Jesus. Not very helpful, is it? Okay, I guess what we'll do instead is we'll place our breakpoint here and then attach. So for example, if I do this, oh shit! Well, something's definitely wrong anyway, but. Oh, okay. I guess it doesn't count this somehow. So what should we do? I guess what we should do instead then is we should take this file. Hold on. I will make a requirements. Requirements. Inject. And we'll say result equals hooks. Wait. Create unit allowed partial. Unit ID, unit player ID. And then in okay. So theoretically, this should be fine. I have to rebuild because I added a file. Oh shit! Ah! Instant ownage. So I'm guessing something is wrong with this. That's pretty much the only thing I can guess. Oh, it might not really be that, because if I think about how we're accessing the function here, it doesn't really, yeah, this doesn't really work either, right? Because based on the way that this code is, we basically have to have a statement for everything. We can't run the original code, can we? Because we have a hook that's like obviously taking the original code and replacing it with the stuff that we just made. So even though this is a quote unquote partial wrapper, it's still acting like a normal hook, where a helper call to this is just going to, like, it's going to work the same way. So this helper is just running through this. So that's why I was like infinitely looping through insane shit or whatever. if I had to guess. So we can't run this junk. We basically have to create an enormous switch statement case thing, I think, for every unit in the game. I'm pretty sure. Unless there is a way to access the original. There are 0 NOPs in this wrapper. I mean, I can confirm that that is the case in actuality. Oh, this is supposed to be 1, apparently. Just make sure I've got the right address. Yeah. Should being the operative word. I just want to see if this actually works this way. Satiate my curiosity. Because obviously we were getting some silent CTDs, so... Huh, it does work. So then we could do something like if unit ID Terran Scrapyard result equals 1. So this would be an unit status. So we would do unit status in air. Cool. To be honest, I don't actually, like, even though it would be pretty annoying to I'll say it will be very annoying to manually write everything. I actually don't think it's that big of a deal. But I don't know that I can reasonably churn out all of that switch case code in in just an hour or whatever of... Well, I guess it wouldn't really take that long, would it? Now that I'm thinking about it. Like, we don't have so many. So I'm trying to conceptualize a way to fix this one. So one of the things I was thinking of is instead of doing a switch case of unit IDs, we would do a switch case of units of the unit thing right here. Of this unit's ID. So we would do unit ID, and then we would do case unit ID Zerg larva. And for everything we want the larva to be able to make, we would say, like, basically we would say, okay, so we'll keep this like code that I already have down here to one side, and we would basically do like if, I guess we could do a switch case within a switch case. So we would do something like switch unit ID, and then we would do case unit ID Zerg Droleth, case unit ID Zerg Ovaleth, return 1, break, and then case unit ID Zerg Zethricore, case unit ID Zerg Quasilisk, if else return 0, return 1, and then this is player number of units of type unit player ID. I guess we would do some basic shit here. We would do like SA player ID equals unit player ID, so I don't have to keep doing that every time. So we'd say player ID, unit ID, Zerg, leave roll pond, or player number of completed units of type, player ID, unit ID, Zerg, Quasrock pool. Oops. And then suddenly we've got it, we already have it here, so. Well, again, this, like, I've already done 4 units, and that didn't take me any, like, any sort of difficulty whatsoever. The idea of it being like a structure or something where you are pointing certain, like a lookup table or whatever. I've never worked with those, so I don't have any expertise in that area. I wouldn't actually know what to do. But I feel like this system that we have, that I'm prototyping right now, where you have, you're checking, you're basically saying, is this unit allowed? And instead of doing a switch for the unit that you're checking for, you're doing a switch for the source unit, the production structure, the larva, whatever. I think that ends up being better because it's actually less code at the end of the day. But this doesn't take very long to do at all, right? So, like, what would be the next one? It would be Hydralisk, and then we would do Skithricore. And then we can literally just copy this and then just change the unit IDs. So this would be Zerg Gorgrel Swamp, and then this would be Zerg Hydrock Den. Yeah, it sounds a bit more abstract in the more conventional sense. I don't know about it in the programming sense. So, Zerg Nathracore. And then we say the same thing. Oops. This also would technically run less code anyway, because well, I don't know if it runs less code now that I think about it. I think it probably ends up being more efficient than Blizzard's system, but I can't be sure. So what else is unlocked by? I don't think there are any units that are unlocked by. Oh, and I guess it would be case unit ID Zerg Alat. IRL Iris, actually. And Zerg IRL Iris. Zerg IRL Iris. It's down here, actually. This is Zerg Al-Azal Arbor. So then we could duplicate this for Zerg Othstaleth. This is Zerg Othstal, or Ireleth. And this is shared Tarask. Oh yeah, there's something else that's enabled by this. This would be shared Exitralisk. ID shared Empress. Oh, and Charlatan is the other one. Oh shit, boys! New ripcord. What does it actually have? Yeah, doesn't seem super massive, but whatever. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the Charlatan is next. Yeah. So Zerg Zaleth and Tikathon. Okay. So now we should theoretically have all the tier 1 options and the... Oh, I guess actually I shouldn't have Othstaleth here or Ireleth because that's not from a larva. I didn't even think about that until just now. That's kind of funny of me. Very helpful, Visual Studio, thank you. I guess we don't need breaks since we're returning, but whatever. Oh, we're still inside the switch case. Wait, what the fuck? I am dumb. Yeah, so we don't actually need breaks since we're returning, so we also don't need defaults. Well, I guess just return 0 or something is the default. That's fine. Oh wait, I've got this wrong. This is supposed to be Ireleth. I guess we don't even need the else, now that I just realized that one. Pretty big prank. I was still thinking in my head we were setting a variable to something. We're just returning instead, so it's fine. Ah. Quite the rabbit hole, TBH. So we got 4 for Core and Lyrilisk. Oh, so 0 is actually... I thought that was 0 and -1 was what you just said. Oh. Wow. Who would have guessed? Player ID exists as an arg. We are about to find out, since I'm returning 0 on everything that isn't handled currently. So, for example, I should be able to morph an Othsteleth, yeah. But I can't... Oh yeah, okay. It is actually blank. So basically we would have to do something that return zeros when It would be like... I don't actually know how to access... maybe you already have something for this in your file that you were working on. There's got to be some return 0 that is handled like pretty early on, basically. That's like if it's oh, I see what this is. So 0 would only be used in the case of like if the unit is in air or if the unit is disabled. So I guess we could do something like that here, where we would handle early cases basically. So we would basically be like if turn 0, and then this is like unit. Well, we'll say like SCVW unit is just stunned. Oh, I guess it's probably like unit is disabled or something. Frozen. So if it's frozen, status in air. If it's in the air, what was this requirements thing that I just saw earlier about like building an add-on or something? So you basically have them set up here anyway. If the ID is not equivalent to the parent ID. Oh, that's so that if I select an enemy structure, I can't see the buttons, basically. So I can just copy this shit, basically. And then the status of completed. And then... I guess theoretically I should have internal errors in here. Apparently these are used for AI or something, which is probably pretty important. And then here's the unit availability you were talking about, so that's handled there. Although, this doesn't really seem to... Wouldn't it be checking for the availability of unit ID instead of the unit's ID? Logically? Because this doesn't really... Oh, never mind. I guess it's probably fine. Although, I don't know. I am kind of confused by that one. It looks like it's checking for the availability of the unit that's been, in this case, selected or whatever. So, I don't know about that one. Okay, so we've got that. Anything else that I need to... Oh, it looks like there's all these that are also errors. Wait, what? Unknown error 3. So in this case, we would I guess in theory, all of the return zeros would be handled then, so we wouldn't need that. So let's try with this. I didn't actually add handling for that, so that seems fucked. I'm pretty sure this just means that theoretically you could issue the order anywhere to any unit somehow. So yeah, I think maybe we need this to be unit ID. Although, I don't actually know what that would be or mean. Because we're returning -1, which is supposed to be hidden, right? But somehow it's returning 1 for... Yeah, that's what I just said. They're used for AI so that the AI knows why it can't build something in case it needs to... It was probably at some point used for internal requests or whatever, but... Yeah, I'm pretty confused why that's happening, because it's supposed to be like, we've got case unit ID Zerg larva, and then we've got... We don't need a break here. Unit ID Ovaleth, Iroleth, Othstaleth. And then it's like obviously after this, we should be doing unit ID Zerg, Zethrakor. Yeah. Oh, I think I should be returning 0 if the unit is not handled, because... Yeah, okay. I see what I've done here. So 0 has to be the default, and -1 should be used only... Oops. Basically, the default for this switch case within the larva, as an example, should be... should also be return 0. And then we basically have to else return -1. That's still kind of confusing. So basically, I'm trying to step through this in my head. So we've got, if the player owns an Alazal Arbor and the unit in question is shared anti-Chthon, that's like the button that's present, or the command that's present, we have to return 1 if they own the Alazal Arbor, and if it's otherwise, return -1 if it doesn't own the Alazal Arbor. But we also need to find some way to... I guess we don't... Yeah, we shouldn't need to wrap this in... -1 should be the default, and then... What I had earlier should have been fine. I don't understand why it's breaking. Because what I had earlier should have been totally A-okay, that it was -1 as the default, basically. And return 0 should have been handled by all this code up here that's doing stuff like, can I build this unit, for example? Is it enabled in the map? So I guess what I can do is I can open up this test map and I can... disable Vithrilisk, for example. I'm glad Anthelion is listed as a Zerg unit in here. It's because I can't update unit stat or weapons dead anymore. So even if I disable it, it's enabled. This is a classic. If I rebuild these changes... I guess I should add handling for the Vithrilisk as an example. I did it with the Zethricore and Quasilisk, so... Zerg, Mutalisk, Zethricore... Okay, so we've done the tier 2 stuff. Obviously, over in Larva, we have to add cases for the... Zorius Thaleth and Kizilisk. Ultrac Cavern. This is only one part of the issue that I have to fix. Well, it's one issue I have to fix today anyway. Okay, so now since we've handled this manually, we've done our manual handling. Vithrilisk is indeed 0 while it's disabled. And then if we were to take the Vithrath Haunt, it's still disabled. If we were to go back into the unit settings, Zerg, let's upgrade Zerg, air units, Vithrilisk, and we were to re-enable it. Yeah, I guess maybe that was somehow... I don't know why it would default to 1, but okay, we've got Vithrilisk, and now if we take the Gorgrill Swamp, we can do U-Kill. We apparently still have this. Oh wait, well I said Gorgrill Swamp when I meant to say Vithrath Haunt. Is that what I did for the... Scroll down here. Yeah, it looks like... I mean, I know I don't have another one lying around, but I guess I can do a quick test on a blank melee map here. So... So I am quite confused about why the Mutalisk stuff is busted. So for Mutalisk and Nathracore, I'm very confused about that one. It goes to default somehow? Well, I guess it... What the fuck? Okay, well... What we'll do here is we'll do... But I've got a larva selected. Literally have a larva selected. So why would it go to default? For some reason, it doesn't actually let me... How bizarre. So I'm trying to figure out why I can train, for example, a Zethracore without having access to a Quasrock pool, as I've explicitly returning 1 only when... Unless -1 is enabled, which would be really fucking weird. But then that still doesn't make sense, because I would, if I spawn a Quasrock, it's not like I lose the ability. So... What the fuck? Definitely out of ideas on that one. Somehow it's returning 1 even when it shouldn't. Like, this is assigned int 8, so it's not like it's -1 is somehow being fucked around, so... What a confusing mess. TBH. So we've done this if the number of units of type of a Leverel pond is more than 1. Or if you have a completed Quasrock pond, then it's supposed to return 1. Let's see if that code even gets executed. Maybe this is my button set code pranking me. That doesn't seem likely. It doesn't look like you can actually execute off of them unless you have the unit. So, for example, like I can build that. But that's very different because I can still build Vithrilisks when I don't have that. So, it doesn't seem to safeguard against all cases. And the buttons being enabled anyway seems really weird. So, somehow the buttons are not following. It's also not, I'm not getting any messages when I do this print shit. Unless maybe I have to rebuild or something, but I don't think I do. Despite the fact that obviously I have both of those. Yeah. So it makes me feel like we're returning way sooner. But obviously I can't just... I can't put a breakpoint here because obviously it does it forever, so I can't have that be the breakpoint. I have to have it be like switch unit ID or whatever. Did I really fuck something, like, did I fuck something super obvious up about my switch case? I'm very confused. Does it not escape everything? Like, do I actually have to add breaks or something? I'm so confused. Return should escape through the whole thing. I shouldn't need to do some extra shit. So, really perplexed. Yeah, but I'm not getting anything here. It would be. I would expect a million print messages to print out, but I don't get a single message whatsoever, which means my code is just not running. I'll take a second to use the bathroom while I try to think of what could be going wrong here, and I guess I might as well also start pushing the table. I'll just push it disabled for now. All right. So I will, instead of looking at that, look at this epic page of Zerg units, and I'll be right back. All right, boys, we're back. And indeed, I will attempt to put the print at default, I guess. Whoa. It does not appear to do anything, TBH. Yeah, I can do printf for formatted stuff. Now, that's not what I expected to see. It's checking the hatchery ID. So in this case, it's showing us Quasilisk, Mutalisk. Nathracor. Cohort. And I guess the other one is just too far off. I don't know why it's checking some twice. But even still, the default is going to be... Oh, I guess there is no default for this switch case. That's probably... Maybe that's why. Why is the Windows clipboard so bad? So that should fix things anyway, ideally. I'm not sure why it's checking larva or whatever in that sense for every... I guess it's... Is it really looping through every unit ID or something? I'm really perplexed by that. Like, why a unit ID would ever be that. Okay. So now where are we here? Well, I think it's just looping through every unit ID in the game. Every frame or something. I don't know. I'm not sure why I would only be able to see that one slice, but it does seem really weird that a hatchery would be. Maybe it'll change when I add a case for if the source unit is Drilleth or whatever. I don't really know why it's doing that. But I'm just about to do the last of the Zerg units, and then I can do Zerg buildings later. This is Zerg Cascathalor. Well, it only prints the message when I select a larva, so I've removed them for now, but theoretically everything should be working. Theoretically, of course. Sires seem very broken. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one yet. I should probably at least set the birth animation to something. No, I can at least train every unit there, but I don't know about owned. I don't have any handling for that. I'll restart until I'm Zerg, I guess. If I will ever be Zerg. There you go. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's correctly graying them out. Alright, and I can't build any units. Owned ammo. I'm not really sure why though, because what if I do oh, right. So this is another thing that I discovered based on the debug messages that I had. The debug messages were only running the... Basically, this code is run on... this code is run based on... when you click the button or when you issue the command, I guess, probably is a more technically accurate way to go about it. So, of course, the button sets are completely different. Which means I probably have to manually implement button set handling for everything, which is pretty shit if I want to use this system. So, for example, I put a print message inside return 1. It only worked when I clicked on the button to train the unit or morph the unit. So, I'm at a bit of a loss for that one. Bonk. Slightly bigger bonk. My standing desk table things probably need some fucking oiling by the sound of things. I'm not actually sure if I even have access to that stuff to fix it. They are definitely drying out. Excuse me. Excuse me again. I don't know where the call hierarchy is for something like the code that I'm calling, but it doesn't call that code because, again, unless it's calling it manually, it could be calling it manually through a manual definition or something. Some of the older, yeah, it doesn't by the looks of it. Some of the older GPTP files, instead of having helper functions, had like they basically just wrote in shit to call. Like, I can't find an example of it right now, but there was something that I noticed somewhere. Variable definite. Yeah, here it is. Button set dialogues and stuff. Like stuff that this stuff should probably be in SCBW data or something. Thanks, Milestone. Appreciate you. Well, anyway, this seems like it'll be delaying our work a little bit. I'm still wondering about whether or not it would make sense to pursue the original idea of accessing intercepting the function call itself. I'm not really sure how you would do it, though. Yeah, I guess you'd probably have to do it the way Vic was describing it much earlier. What the fuck is this stuff? Oh, it's part of voice meter. Now it all makes sense. All right, well, I think I have pranked myself enough with programming. We can probably just get to work on our Mapcrap submission for now, and I'll just find some more time a bit later on to make something happen. I have to force close SCM drift every time I open the test map, which is hilarious. I think the last time I worked on a desert map was obviously Heat Death. I never ended up finishing that map. It's in a fairly complete state, but the AI initialization and stuff is always a bit difficult. That being said, I think I'm going to go for another jungle map, even though I just made one for my 1v1 map, because I also, this isn't, it's not done yet, but I also made a scenario recently in the jungle tile set. But I think this one will be pretty interesting because we have a new urban tile type from DF that I have to port over into the tile types or tile sets. And obviously, since it's like a... I can choose to port it into Badlands instead, but then we would have the nighttime palette, which we currently don't. I don't know that it would show off the variety nearly as well. So I'm going to take a look at fiddling with that. I already have stacked structures, so we don't need to worry about that. I guess a concern with adding this stuff in is that obviously we are very limited in terms of the groups that we have left. This looks like raised jungle of some sort. Yeah, it is. So this is the stacked stuff. This is raised jungle. The asphalt blends are interesting. So I think for sure I want this. And then I want... does he have guides? No, it doesn't look like it. Take these. Yeah, he's basically got every permutation you could think of. Some corner pieces over here or whatever. Okay, I don't think we need most of what's down there in the bottom. Oh wait, we don't need this, do we? We really just need the center tiles, I think. Okay. So then if I were to... Obviously, this side of things only blends with other asphalt cliffs, which is a bit of a problem. What do we got here? 92. We're going to need another 192. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing something obvious here, because it feels like I would have needed to import more tiles, but it doesn't look like that's a necessity right now. So here we have the interior cliffs blended with this half asphalt thing. Then we have the on top of, like, road on top of the ramp, or on top of the structure. The grass on top of the structure. So one thing I would like is... Obviously, I could grab these for... Well, I don't know what the fuck's going on there, actually. But where's the... Okay, here we go. So right here, what would be nice is some grass from the Badlands tileset itself. So this is like just 4, I think. I feel like that would be fine. And yeah, that should be fine. The next thing I need to check for is whether or not this is different at all to conventional raised jungle. It looks like maybe it has some more inner pieces, but I can't be sure just looking at it. It looks like what DF did was he actually came in with some extra blends with these back 6 tiles. So I think what we can do is we can probably just copy these, and then... Yeah. We can probably copy those, and then open up this. And paste them in. Don't think it'll be that big of a deal. And then we can use raise jungle for whatever the fuck we need. Which means we can merge these. Trying to think about what else we might need for what we're trying to do here. Obviously, if we're doing these urban stuff, we are going for a pretty like Terran-centric concept for our map, at least our environment. So I'm trying to think about like what else I might need to port. I guess structure cliffs blended to grass makes sense, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Vic was working on a map that would benefit from that pretty recently. He said that he needed... yeah, it looks like he wanted structure that blends with grass. And I think he wanted asphalt that also blends with grass, which is theoretically pretty easy to do. So I guess I can work on that. Okay. I'm back in action. Which basically equates to... I can close this. Let's go to jungle. Now, there are a number of bits that we actually already have. Like, we have a bunch of stuff that's free. In terms of tile, like, areas where I'm not using certain tiles or whatever. Like, this is a pretty long stretch, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we can probably add everything that we need in this area. Do a quick test where I Jungle, asphalt, grass. I'm gonna need grass twice, so maybe I won't be able to do everything that I need. But we'll do that. We can go to urban and then grab the urban BMP that we just made. And then add that. Oh, I'm not sure if we can add this yet, actually. Let's import these two for now. The thing I'm thinking about is I want to add the grass-related stuff that I just made, and then I'll find a place for the urban stuff a little bit elsewhere, I think. So if we go to structure, grab the grass, cliff, grass, and cliff, grass. Structure. Okay, nice. Just barely squeezed those in. And then that might have been the main pièce de resistance. We might have to scatter our remaining tile groups. Or replace the frogs, I guess. They're taking up a lot of space that we don't need. That is not being used in the current tile set. This should be enough, actually. Or maybe not. Fuck. It's not even close, actually. What a program. Oh, these are already unbuildable by the looks of it. Just set that to buildable. I think we can just mass set all of this stuff, TBH. I had a thought that maybe we would do this. That's fine. I wish this worked faster, TB. Jesus. Pretty nuts. Surely we're almost done now. Oh shit, I just realized I fucked it. Owned. Beep. Veek tried to implement a thing that would work for me for exactly what I'm trying to do here. That would make this a lot easier, but it doesn't work, so. The wonders of Python. And whatever shit library PQ used. Anyway, I found some more null tile groups, so that's great. Unused groups. Beautiful. So what we can do is we can import a high version of what we just did by re-importing this. And then scroll back up here. Oh yeah, and I have to check this, don't I? 2 and 3. What's this? 6 and 7. Okay. They should be paintable then. Okay. Epic. Easy. Is that everything we need? I did add the grass cliffs as well that I have to go and find. So I think those were below doodads entirely. Yeah, they were below here. And I just saw some more null ones, so we actually have more stuff here than I thought. Oh, I guess in this case we can afford to just grab it from here, can't we? Pretty sure there's a set of these imported somewhere I can grab from. And obviously I have to import another version of this anyway for the higher ground, but okay. Close enough, even though it's not what I wanted it to be. It's serviceable. I think this is the same thing as what I have. I guess we'll find out when I preview the stuff. Looks the part. Of course, this is a classic. Fix that right there. What else do we got going on? I just realized I don't actually have all of the Cliff Doodad stuff in one place, apparently, in one PST. I'm guessing, much to my chagrin, the structure ramp stuff is in a different folder called ramp in separate individual bits, of course. Pretty unfortunate that every program out there has ridiculous performance issues. Edge bend, not blend. Remember that. Okay, with any luck, this is the last of the stuff I need. Wow. You, believe it or not. The Russian agent in the back pocket. Oh. Wait. Oh, I guess this is... Oh. And... There you go. The real upwards trajectory, or at least backwards fucking logic. Right now I'm just adding some grass-blended structure to my tile set. Okay, I'm trying to think if I need anything else other than what I've just added. That's it for tile bits 1 and 2. I guess what I could do is we can alt left click these ones since we don't need them. Oh, I think I need another, yeah, I need another version of the normal structure stuff. Okay. That's done. What else did I need to add? Based on this. Man. I think that was everything. Should have been. Go ahead and close that. Now we got to add it all to the brush palette and to the MPQ, I guess, before we do that. Owned. That's not what I wanted. All right, let's find all the tiles we just added and place them on the map. I have to keep scrolling because, of course, there's other versions of those tiles. Yeah, I'm actually not sure where to find the other ones. I think there's ones that I already missed by scrolling past, so I'm going to have to go back there in a sec. Now, underneath the temple is some new ones. So because these are in a bit of a weird position, like in the tile set or whatever, I'm going to make an effort to make sure I add all of them to the brush palette so that people can actually use them without trying to hunt them all down. I think... Yeah, that's fine, actually. Because grass should be a part of the tile or whatever, but I'll leave it up there in case it's not and I have to add it. But I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, I have to add high grass as an edge tile as well as the center tile to the palette. I don't need to add that right now, but that would be nice in the palette. I'm assuming I have... Yeah, here we go. So let's do that there. And I guess we'll do that here as well. Frogs don't even take up that much space. SMH. Did I add something else? I think I did, and it's just like... Yeah, it's like scattered somewhere down here, but I don't remember where. I added another version of the... there's another set of these tiles right here. I'm pretty sure. Well, I know that there's another set of those, but I also recall adding... oh no, maybe that's right, yeah. Maybe this is the only one I'm missing then, and it should just be right up here. Indeed it is. Okay, so we've done it. So I was about to add structure cliff grass first. This is the structure cliff grass north facing one, so let me just make sure that that is the case. Yes. So we have W north. Still waiting for the day where I can rename these. And move entries within them around. Oops. Sadly, I will probably have my own engine operational. Oops. Jesus. Won't have much operational if I keep smashing stuff accidentally. I will probably have my own engine operational before... Ah, shit. Before I can rename stuff in the brush palette editor of SEMJ. What do you mean by this much advancement, though? We're not really doing much of anything at the moment. Like, custom tiles don't take that long at all. So... Oh, wait. Yeah, it took us like 2 days, 3 days to do the weapon extender as an example. So that's not much time at all. And it would have been a lot quicker if we had realized that the issue was with clashing plugins and not with something that we fucked up. Nice organization on this one. I'll have to do better next time. I have no idea where I put the... Oh, I think I just found them. Great. Owned. Need them north-facing ramps. Oh. That's not right. Okay. What's really tisming is that Blizzard decided that 8 was enough for the north-facing cliff here, but 9 was what we needed for south. So you just, like, get fucked in your sorting. That's the kind of stuff that absolutely destroys me. Like, sure, the more the merrier, but just add a 9th one for the top, bro. In fact, if I was a real 5-head individual, I would probably have added like a padding north-facing one that doesn't that isn't different at all. Like gives you the spacing or whatever. And if SEM draft was made by a responsible man, I would be able to just edit that code myself, but to add that feature to change stuff. But alas, we are not in a perfect world. Nor a responsible one. We're fucked. We're pranked. Somebody should make an entire race out of nothing but like graphics that use nothing but the team color entries, pixels. Just walking around with a fucking giant team-colored blob. I would like that. A race full of team spirit. Simulate this! Oh. Fuck. Almost forgot these. Oh, they're different. Who would have guessed? I would have, but I didn't. Fuck! They're indexed with the wrong thing. I forgot to click the right thing. Idiot. It's okay, as annoying as it sounds, indexing literally everything is not that big of a deal, because I can just re-import the shit. It will be a bit of a chore, but whatever. It doesn't seem like... Yeah, it looks like it's only this stuff that got messed around with. The grass along the shading over here and stuff. So... Yeah, it looks like their other urban stuff didn't get hit with it, and none of the cliffs seem to have been hit with it, so... What about the asphalt? Anything here? Yeah, nothing I saw. In that case, it's even easier. Okay, we've done those. Let's do our urban. Wait, what am I even doing for these? I guess I can take the urban cliffs and place them or something. These are inner corners by the looks of things. Sure. I wonder if not defining them at all is fine. I feel like there should be an option for more, if that were the case. Like bigger sizes. Fucking DF, but. Right, so we'll do Urban Edge. Yeah, we'll do all the rest of it later. So let me... Oh, fuck. I'm pretty sure I just destroyed myself. Ha! Ha! God damn it, I did. I know I did. Fuck. Idiot. Moron. Unbelievable moron. That's what I just did to myself. Yeah. Well, that sucks. That might just be me rage quitting the stream. I saved the map, but not the brush. So that's pretty cool. Alright, well. No point in doing that right now, since I'm too tilted. Let's go ahead and re-index the urban stuff. I don't know what the difference is between normal and cycle. I'll have to ask. Owned. What even is that? Is this some bit? There's some blue earlier. I guess I can just... I don't fucking know. What do I do with that? I guess that was fine. I probably have to manually recreate the area. Thankfully, I have them marked, so whatever. Just do this. Nah, no point. Gotta fix some bugs with a patch before I do anything. I guess we'll just do 512 by 512, but I know it has to be more than that. At the same time, this didn't actually seem to have any issues, so I think I'll just replace it with that. Oh, right. I have to, Photoshop. Okay. So now we just need to re-import over those. I don't remember if... I guess I'll see it in a second when I... It looks like they're just pasted, like, over each other or whatever, so... we'll copy this. Oh. let's relaunch that because it's a functional program, of course. I'm really confused how this is more than the maximum number. Unless, oh, I didn't replace the right image, basically. Photoshop defaulted me somewhere else. Why even bother, TBH? There we go. Apparently one at a time is a reasonable thing. Oh yes, and after all that, we now have to, because of course I forgot to redo this earlier. Now we should be in business. I just need to go and open up the MPQ to re-add it. I'm always impressed when there's programs that exist out there that don't prompt you to save your changes before closing the instance. Or even that, like, the brush... Because, again, I did close the whole program. But that also happens if you just close the program, like close a map. Like I could make a change to this brush, close the map, with the brush window still open, and it would also discard it. So it's not even consistent, really. So let's make sure we didn't botch anything else. This looks fine. Okay. Now I think we'll be okay. Oh, I just did the wrong order completely. Now I will delete these one by one because there's not even a fucking mass select feature in this program. The brush palette functionality reminds me of the old versions of PyTile that were absolutely hell to get anything done in. Which should tell you basically all you need to know. I wish there was better feedback for when you've actually clicked this tiny ass button, but if I sit here and talk about what I wish we had, I would be here all day. Whoa! Okay. So I want to plan out a little bit of my Mapcrap submission. I obviously want to get the rough outline done as well. I'm thinking this map will probably be heavily urban because of the fact that we have these new tiles. So it's an excuse for me to try that out. Oops. Now, the thought did occur to me. We do not have the installation tiles added to the jungle tile set, and we don't really have space for them either. So the thought did occur to me that maybe I could take like a very quick and dirty like dirt blend or something and throw it in here for the sake of having it. Obviously, we do have the asphalt water, like the coastal water and stuff. I'm not sure if that's in this brush palette or not. I think it is. Yeah, it's Asphalt Coast. It's like this right here. So that's in there. That's stuff we have access to in this particular tile set, which is fine. Works for sure. I'm trying to think about if there's anything else that comes to mind. So we have space for some installation tiles. The question is, how much do I want to implement that? I think it's probably fine to not worry about that and just have like structure and the different substructure types that we have now, with blending it with grass, blending it with jungle. If we even want to bother with blending it with jungle, but you could have like multi-layered stuff or whatever. Instantly owned. I think we got it now. What's up, Bethesda Taser? Bethesda Taser. I don't know, dude. Welcome. Either way. Well, I've only just begun actually map editing, but that's because I spent the opening 3.5 hours of the stream working on custom terrain and some programming. But I'm trying to now plan out where some of this stuff is going to be. One thought that I had was that the dominant tile would actually be in the middle. Like you'd mostly be walking around on structure. But I don't know if that makes sense from a design perspective. Oh, and I also wanted to actually change the size of this anyway. I wanted this to be... I actually liked the idea of the map being taller than it was wide. But this might actually end up being a bit much there. So I think my map will probably be... So my initial thought was we could have it be like... I was thinking of a 2v2v1, but with the 1 being like in the middle of the map and essentially being the recipient of early aggression, but also having like maybe a free, like maybe it starts out with a second base or something. Not 100% sure what I would do there. So something where it has enough of an offset there. So you'd start off with very limited forces, and your opponents would be on the other side of the map, and to get to them, you'd have to go through like a free-for-all type player or whatever. But I don't know how I want to do that, because this map is also pretty small, so I don't know that it would have the space for 5 players worth of resources and whatnot. I mean, obviously, that would encourage you to finish the game sooner, or to at least kill off that middle player sooner, so you had access to more resources. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure what we would want to do. I also don't know if I want this to be like an assault on capital city, or are you defending? Like, what's your role in it compared to the others? Do I enforce a Terran player, or do I allow them to be user select? I'm thinking your ally is probably... Yeah, so your ally is probably... yeah, probably make him Zerg, and then I guess the player will be Terran, and that's fine. I wanted to get some really meme interpretation, like what would I call them? I'll think about that. I'll think about the force name for the players' forces a little bit later. But they're going to be some meme. Yeah, this map is already starting to, like, thematically or whatever, narratively speaking, it's coming together. So I think you'll play as a space communist force. Okay? Now stay with me. Obviously, commies always lose in the end, but you might be able to win this mission. Anyway, there'll be a space communist force. You'll be up against. You're sieging a capital city, so you're attacking capitalists. You get it? Get that pun? And then I don't know who your opponents would be. I was thinking your like one of your opponents would the forces would probably be like people who are really into cryptocurrency. So you'd have capitalists in a capital city, and then the cryptocurrency guys are trying to overthrow fiat currency, and then you'd have the space commies. I don't know. It's an idea. So right now they'll just be for a placeholder. They'll be called the space commies. But then we've got what would be like the memest coin, not Doge coin or whatever Doge coin. There's got to be something out there that's just ridiculous. I guess they could be crap coins because this is for Mapcrap, right? So. And then yeah, I've got pretty lame names right now for everybody, but it'll come eventually. Obviously, we have to pick crap colors for these guys, for the Protoss that are going to be the crap men. So I'm thinking we definitely want regular brown. But we could do Beastra brown, which is, if I remember correctly, is like a bright brown. Or we could do, yeah, I think we'll do that. So. And then obviously, is there any color other than red you can pick for commies? Probably not, but. You can pick vivid red, I guess. There's also vermilion, which is kind of like a faded red. Might try. Okay, and then for our capitalists, we could try that patriotic freedom color, but it's pretty stupid. It doesn't work correctly. Okay, let's try that. And then if I just place like I'm thinking we carve our map in half a bit here. Something like that. But we obviously want the middle to be a bit more fleshed out. As you can see, the color is really looking good. Yeah. It's not exactly the best color out there. Nah. I can't seriously allow for something like this. Just look at it. It's not even patriotic or free. It's just busted. It does not look American. What other color would look American? Is there a color that would look American? Probably not, right? Like if we had 3 players on the American team, you could do red, white, and blue, but maybe just a white then. Capitalists are usually white. Green for money, there's an idea. Okay, we have a green vote. Yeah, I was thinking blue as well, but green for money is not bad. Maybe fern green. That's kind of money toned, maybe a little bit darker. Maybe we could do vine green. Now you're talking money, baby. There we go. Got our green. All right. And we've got, roughly speaking, where the players are all going to be. I think this map might need to be extended out by like 16 pixels or 16 tiles. So we're looking for 128. I suck at math. Whoa. Okay. I feel a bit better about that size. So now, rough layout acquired. I grab some water tiles. Obviously, we'll alter this a bit. I'm not sure how good it'll actually look if it keeps to this outline. Like it's obviously this looks a little bit more organic than it probably should be, considering it's all going to be man-made stuff. Whatever. It's Mapcrap, bro. Yeah, so if we were to start placing stuff like this, we would see pretty quickly what I'm talking about. The other thing that I just thought about now is I don't even know if I have... I don't think I have tiles where these... Well, I guess I don't really need them in the same sense. But I was going to say, I don't think I even have, like, bridge tiles for these. I don't need them because I could just do this, but that was really funny to think about for a second. It's like, these are literally made from the bridge tiles, and I don't have them for this particular blend. Yeah, it's stuff like this that doesn't look very good when you're dealing with that sort of thing, I think. These more subtle changes, you could call them, aren't as bad, I think. No, I guess I was right the first time. I don't know. Suppose if I had loads of time, this is something where I would want to add more variations to the South Cliff with, like, just other things in it, basically. I'll add a few extra tiles elsewhere a bit later on or whatever. This will be pretty interesting to see play out because obviously I want to have a number of different. Basically, I don't want it to only be like I don't want the map to be one note visually. So even though a significant portion of the map is going to be asphalt and structure, that's why those urban tiles that were just added by DF or made by DF are pretty good, pretty useful. All right, theoretically that's done. Obviously, I'll have some doodad here seal this area because I don't want that to be traversable. And then I guess we'll need some... Yeah, this will just be structure, obviously. I kind of want to also... I don't know how well I'll be able to illustrate this, but I would like to almost plan a city. Not necessarily seriously, but like have it be that you start out in like there's a market district. There'll be like a financial district or something, you know. So I don't know that I'll have doodads, environmental things that can tell you that. But if I at least internally know, like, this area is going to be like, where's the military base or the police station or whatever, that'll probably be where these guys start from in that sense. And then maybe I can plan some gags around that. Like in the briefing, I guess the financial district would be where the cryptocurrency guys are, and that would be like a bit, you know. They're in the financial district in the north. Before we get to them, we have to get through the money bags or something. The Wall Street, I don't fucking know. Whatever these guys end up being. So, the 1%. But then wouldn't they be in the... I guess they'd be in the mining district because they're crap coin miners. Butt coin miners. Now we're thinking. Okay. So now I know. I guess I can just write this in my notepad file. And the reason why the commies are in the market district is obviously so I can make a breadline joke. Owned. And then, yeah. The 1% is in financial district center. So we'll see how this evolves over time or whatever, but should be fine for now. This is the Crapitol. And then I guess I'll write some quick goals. I want to explore the usage of the new urban tiles DF has made. I also incidentally made some grass structure blends for week 7's melee map. So there's those two. In addition to messing around with an urban theme from a visual standpoint, I'd like to give each force's location some defining characteristic. It's Mapcrap, so I don't know how well I can sell this in a given time limit. Otherwise, it's just there's the gold rush thought process of both teams, or of 2 out of 3 teams surrounding the odd one out. So the thought process of put like design this is something that has been experimented with a few times, but I think by making the central focal player, we'll say force, significantly powerful, I can make the concept even more engaging. Okay, so there you go. Obviously, the central player that I was writing about is this 1% money player. It even kind of fits calling him the 1%. He's also he's the only one on his team. So I like the idea that these guys start out with a lot, and then like they have pretty big. They probably have some big guns. They probably have multiple bases. They're a macro-oriented player, we'll say, and they'll probably prefer like higher tier, expensive units and stuff. So, in a similar vein, the solo player in this map will begin with more than one mining base. Just wanted to note that. And I think we're good. So obviously I didn't make that much progress on this map. I probably should have spent more time on it. But obviously I pranked myself with both the coding phase and the tileset adding to brush palette phase of the stream. So I hope that was at least entertaining. I will be back. I don't know about tomorrow, but I should be back tomorrow with another one of these streams where hopefully I'll get a little bit more progress done on this, and hopefully we'll even be able to release the patch, although I have my doubts given the... There are 2 bugs that need fixing, and the way that to fix them is basically to implement entirely new fucking systems, unfortunately. So I can't say that I have any confidence that it'll be soon, but it should be possible to finish those before the end of this Mapcrap at the very least. So, great. We hope to see you soon in the next stream. Bye.